Okay, so I'll call the roll. Bob Roth,
Present.
Brian Boyce,
Present.
and Shaw Spady and Richard Craven are absent. Jerry is over here, not participating. And let's see, who else?
Doug.
Doug DeHart is absent and excused. Yeah.
Okay.
So we have a
Do they all call in out of curiosity?
yes. Yeah. 2 members present, so we can't take a vote tonight, but we can conduct our new applicant interviews. And
So we'll
yeah,
we'll go ahead and skip the minutes since we can't adopt them,
right. Can't skip.
and go straight to the public comments. Okay, we have one from Jim Nacita. Okay, Jim, as you know, it's a 3-minute.
I don't even think I'll take 3 minutes.
Okay, good.
I'm James Nacita from Oregon City. I just wanted to come and propose a discussion within the NRC related to the redevelopment of the Blue Heron site. And specifically, I was wondering if the committee might be interested in examining the possibilities of restoration of fish passage as part of the redevelopment of the mill site. Especially with the talent you have on the committee, I know Dr. DeHart in particular is a fisheries person. There's a fish ladder on the west side, and it'd be interesting to know if that's doing the job, whether fish passage could be enhanced with some kind of infrastructure in place as part of the Blue Heron site redevelopment. I don't know. That kind of design is way above my pay grade, but it's kind of fascinating and interesting to imagine the possibility of using some of the old tail races, for example. I don't know if those are appropriate. Having fish slap their bodies against the basalt. I don't know if that would work, but could some other type of ladder be constructed that is, the latest and greatest technology that could be integrated into the design of the site for salmon passage and other types of fish passage. I think this would be a natural venue for that kind of discussion. Maybe invite whoever the consultants on Habitat are with the Willamette Falls Legacy Project to come give a presentation and see where the discussion leads. I think it'd be interesting for the community to and you folks to participate in. So that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
You are aware, I think there's some pretty healthy coho salmon runs making it over the falls in the fall. I think anywhere it was 8,000 fish or more actually made it over last fall.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, so
It was Fulvic Coho run was huge throughout the Columbia Basin and Willamette Basin.
Yeah, and
but that's typically kind of like a low flow time of year.
They,
in the fall.
they were not the original inhabitants before the ladders. So the ladders brought the coho in. It was only the spring runs that could go over the falls, which was spring chinook and the steelhead.
So they're finding a way up past the falls, even at the low flow periods now, even though they're not native.
That's because of ladders.
Because of the fish weight.
Anyway, thanks.
Well, before you leave,
Sure.
Jim and myself and a few other people got together to discuss a number of things that I don't think are happening necessarily. Brian was part of that too, at the falls. And one of the people that was there was commenting to us about how the difficulty to maintain the fishway on the Westland side. It's hard to maintain. It's there's not sufficient funding, and the question we were all kind of wrestling around with was, is there some way to encourage that to happen on the east side? And I'm not going to go into any speculation about things at this point, but I'm doing some research to find out if PG is really interested in trying to establish some type of passage in relation to a power plant on the Oregon City side, which you may or may not be aware was planned in '86. You know about that? No. Okay, I was on that task force, and we recommended they don't do it because of fish passage issues at that time. But a lot of things have happened since that time. So I'm glad you brought this up, because it would be nice for this committee maybe to invite people that have expertise. But what we were hearing was that ODF&W has a hard time maintaining the fishways on the west side. the velocities are really high on the west side. Maybe you're aware of this too. Very high because of the horseshoe-shaped nature of the falls and all that. And their dream had always been to have some passage on the east side, and maybe the Legacy project could be a encouragement for that to happen.
In the Cold War, there was a missile gap, and
Pardon?
in the Cold War there was a missile gap with Russia,
Oh,
and we have our endless competition with Westland, so we should close the salmon gap.
well put, Jim. Put that in your next article. Put that in your next article.
Grant to me.
You're going to really torque them, and the locks are closed. Now you want to close the salmon.
Thanks for coming, Jim. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the interviews.
Okay, you want me back outside there?
Yeah, you're not
Okay.
technically on the
All right.
on
No,
this
I
committee
understand. I didn't know the
after the first
procedure.
year, so. Okay, we
Right.
have 2 positions open and 2 applicants at this point in time. And do both of you feel comfortable with the other applicant in the room?
She told me she liked my hat. That was the first thing anyone said.
Normally, since this isn't really a contested positions, normally we don't do that, but there's nothing precluding from doing it. It's
Yeah.
a public hearing.
Yeah, if no one objects, it's, we have 2 applicants, 2 positions, so it's very likely that both of you will be accepted, but we do want to ask a few questions and so on. So,
So I just want to add, Chair Boyce, that we have a approved process for all boards and commissions now, which is in your staff report, and the interviews are conducted in a public meeting, following our public meetings records laws, with the applicant present, the mayor, all members of the board that can be there, or a quorum, and a department director or designee. These interviews are not required to be video recorded, and the public are permitted in the interviews, and it is appropriate to ask other interviewees to wait outside the chambers, but they're not required to comply with that request. Following that, the mayor would evaluate the interviews, consider the board and staff comments, and make a decision, notify the department director and city recorder of the appointment, and then the department director notifies the new appointee, and any people who are not selected receive regret letters, and then the mayor would announce the appointments at the next city commission meeting under the mayor's report, followed by an appointment letter, an orientation manual, and a letter from the city recorder, and then the city recorder's office follows up from that point. With respect,
I can make the decision without a quorum, and the fact is you're not going to bring the people back for another interview when you have a quorum, so a quorum's nice, but it's not really required. You can make the recommendation, and then I can follow up on that.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go in order it's on here, so let's start with Jerry Herman.
Trade off on the questions?
Yeah, we can do that. Why don't you start?
Okay. Good evening, Jerry. Why are you reapplying for a position on the Natural Resources Committee?
I barely heard your.
Oh, why are you reapplying for a
Okay.
position on the Natural Resources Committee?
Okay, thank you, Bob. I'm reapplying because I feel that we, after having a Natural Resource Committee that was functional for a time, then went away, and now I've reestablished it, I feel like, and in particular, the city's direction now is more embracing of natural resource issues because they have the time to focus on it. I feel like this is a time for this committee to begin to have an impact. Also, I want to be involved. Since you guys kind of appointed me as historian from the past, I had the history of the past, to try to bring together some workshops and seminars that would kind of focus in on the natural history and cultural history of this area together. And the first of those was done this fall. Brian and I actually worked together on that, and Pete helped us, but we had a busload of people. I think we should be having busloads of people every year to take them and looking at the nature of this city, its unique beauty, and embrace the efforts that the city and others are making to try to steward it, and where there are problems, try to point those out, this committee and others, and see if change is possible.
Thank you.
Okay, what experience have you had with natural resources?
Well, I'll go back to high school. When we had a nature club, and we were out there at Westland High School, about 8 or 10 of us, going up and down the river planting trees and shrubs. And I will say at that time, nobody asked you if you had a permit. We were just doing it with erosion control plantings and such. I've had an interest in this since basically 16 years of age. I grew up on the river in Westland. The river giveth and the river taketh away. I've been through 3 major floods in my life, major floods. And so being around the river and so forth, we had an interest in enhancing it. We wrote the first letter that Tom McCall ever got in 1964 to him, asking why dirt clouds were flying over an area of Gladstone that belonged to the state of Oregon. That is now Meldrum Bar Park. He returned a letter to us saying, by the way, thank you for your $10 donations. It's the first donation to the Greenway Fund we've ever received. And yes, I'm going to look into why we're not stewarding that property properly. Motorcycles, as you said, are causing a lot of disruption. And we're going to turn it over to an entity that will take care of it, because it's obvious that the state cannot. I have this letter from him, all right? That's why Meldrum Bar Park came together, and Gladstone has been stewarding 38 acres. So this goes back a long time. And then I got involved at the college. I was in a art and design process there, going through pre-landscape architecture, and the head of that department asked us to take on some wastewater lagoons and try to make them look more attractive. They are now the Environmental Learning Center. I worked there for 25 years on that restoration work. And all along the way, I've seen this interface between people and the environment, where we want things to happen in a certain way, but business and industry and other forces are at work. And what we need to do is encourage them to come alongside and adjust their practices. Case in point, Newell Creek Canyon and the Newell Creek Freeway. You can call it the End of the Oregon Trail Freeway. That's what it's called, but it was the Newell Creek Canyon Freeway when it was first built. It was having a terrible impact on the canyon initially with a lot of landslides, and we got busy to call attention to that and worked out agreements with ODF&W and ODOT to approach it differently, ODOT in particular. And so a lot of things did not happen that could have happened. So my long-term interests have been in this field, but it's been from the standpoint of what can we do in partnership with people working with disparate views to come to some kind of compromise to steward the resource some way.
Okay. Outside of this committee, have you worked in other committees with different government bodies?
I'm on the budget committee for the city of Gladstone, and I have been involved in Westland on some of their committees in the past. Trying to think here right now. I lead the Gladstone Municipal Cleanup. I used to lead and co-lead the event here for many years. So my involvement, I'll be honest with you, has most of my focus now is on my existing nonprofit, and we're developing another nonprofit that's going to work more on tourism right now. So I'm trying to be cautious on how much I spend my time on outside issues.
Okay.
Can you tell me what's some of the most rewarding parts of your involvement, with your position, and some of the most frustrating experience you're having with the citizen involvement?
I think the reward here in being involved in Oregon City is that I'm going to paraphrase this in a different way. The city now has huge responsibilities, national permit, discharge permit, EPA permits that they must follow. That was not the case 20 years ago. 10 years ago it wasn't the case. The city is being put, in all cities, in the position of stewarding the environment, and I see the city really beginning to respond, and having responded maybe in the last 10 years more aggressively to that issue. So I see us playing a role. I'm not sure quite how that role is manifesting itself yet, My frustration is that we need to follow an orderly process. We are just for the first time, well, we've entered into a couple recommendations to the City Commission and other bodies within the city. And I think we need to bring forth a process where we have, simple as this, old business that we're responding to that isn't fully completed, new business we want to look into, and then proceed in good faith to bring recommendations to the city forces that will make the decisions. We don't make decisions, we make recommendations. And I still see us struggling with that. And I would like to see us get past that and have a more orderly process.
Okay, let's see, what time frame are you looking at staying on the committee?
I don't know what my term is in this position.
I think it's
Next terms will all be 3-year terms.
3 years. Okay.
Is this a 3-year term then? Barring no bad health, and I have no health problems other than terrible eye conditions, I think I can fulfill that.
Okay. Do you have any further questions?
I think just the last thing is, what would be your, I think, priorities, for additional participation on the committee?
I'm a strong advocate of public education, and we are a nested body talking among ourselves, and when people come in, speaking with them, I feel like we need to produce 1 or 2 events a year, simple things, outreach events, where we are celebrating what this committee's function is all about and what the city is doing to respond to natural resource issues. That's why the stewardship tour that we did October 5th, I'd like to see that happen annually. I'm willing to dedicate some time to that, a lot of time to that, because I think it's worthwhile. And then the last thing I would come back to is if we maintain an orderly process, we won't have confusion. The city won't be confused about our actions.
Okay, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you both.
Okay, have Ginger come up. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, what brings you here? Why are you applying for this position?
I really enjoyed the South End Community Advisory Team work, and it energized me. So I found myself at the end of it saying, it's over? Gosh, I call me crazy, but it's like, well, I'd like to do some more. What else can I do to help out Oregon City? So giving time to the city, giving time to the community is a gift that I would like to give. I have no agenda. I'd like to contribute in whatever way I can. I have a lot of resources and ideas and things that I can accomplish. And natural resources and people are what I'm about. Mm-hmm. So it would be nice to be able to take those 2 passions that I have and help the city solve some problems and move forward with ideas that it has. So that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Could you talk a little bit more just kind of about your natural resources experience or involvement and interest?
Sure. Okay. Let's see. School-related, I am a science teacher. Until I went into the administrative side, still a science teacher. I'm still a member of the Oregon Science Teachers Association. I've done work with the environmental educators. Of course, everything having to do with natural resources that stems from that, field trips, projects, teaching the difference between the natural and the man-made world, where those things intersect, where they collide, where they get along very nicely. Taught students about the intersecting issues and tensions having to do with, locally, tribal rights, managing the natural resources, developing energy resources, growth, habitat, wetlands, salmon. I've worked with Oregon steelheaders and did projects. I've raised salmon to fry in my classroom and released them in the river right down there. I'm aware of wildlife issues. I have a wildlife rehab facility on my property, and where I take orphaned and injured skunks and native skunks and squirrels, and release them onto, in conjunction with ODFW, on BLM land or U.S. Forest Service land, depending on where they tell me to drop them off. So I understand all of those issues where wildlife comes into the community, where that's an issue, and where it's, where it works. And let's see what else. I've been on a few task forces, not related to natural resources, but it has given me an idea of how things work and how to develop consensus and work together. That includes three different Senate bills, and 2 of them I was co-chair. So, so I have a little bit of background, and I also have worked for NOAA as a teacher at sea. I did some hydrography, and so I understand hydrology, hydrography, geology. So I have a lot of different things. I don't know everything. I know a little bit about a lot of things. So I have something to help with, but I don't have all the answers, or maybe any of them. But I have something I can offer that we can figure out what the answers are.
Okay, you're doing very well at answering the next question.
Oh,
actually.
Well, yeah, I like them to connect. Yes.
So, do you have any? Have you thought enough to have any ideas about what sort of projects this committee would likely pursue, or ought to pursue?
Well, based on the notes that I've read on the website, it's a very nice archive. Lots of good information and documents there that have told me the history, the most recent history of what's going on, and the work that you've done with the outside consultant, Carol, to come in and help. I can see where things are at this point, and I see that evolving to be moving in the direction Jerry mentioned, public education. And of course, being connected to the schools, I can see that connection, not only a brick and mortar public education as a school, but the process of public education. And that's actually one of the things that I had an idea about that I thought would be intriguing. I think that the city has a lot of resources and a lot of projects going on that just need to be connected. And through that connection, educate people about the natural resources that they have. One of the things that I wonder is how many of our citizens really know what the natural resources are. Do they understand them historically? Do they understand them from the uniqueness, the Kanema Bluffs and the plants that are the little microclimates that are in there are very different from Newell Creek? What if we had educational tours that connected from neighborhood to neighborhood that explain the unique climate and natural resource elements in each neighborhood, and then connected that to a trail so it could be citywide? I mean, it's that kind of project that I'm thinking of, the bigger picture of building capacity and effectiveness for us to communicate the natural resources at the same time giving feedback and building community at the same time, so that everyone, when they're doing a historical tour, can also do a natural resources tour, where it's an opportunity to build the public's and each citizen in each neighborhood their understanding of what's available here, so that they value it the same way that we do.
Okay.
I just have, I think, one question. One of the trends I understand is a lot of individuals kind of become disconnected from the natural world because of so much time spent on their iPhones and computers, and almost becoming like unfamiliar or uncomfortable in natural
Let me check my phone.
environments.
Yeah, I think I have my answer.
And I'm just kind of curious, based on your experience, what kind of insights do you have in that? And I guess particularly thinking, I know they used recycling, they used a lot of appeals to children, and the children kind of nagged their parents to become recyclers. And I was just kind of curious what kind of insights you might have with that kind of technology fixation or alienation from nature.
It's technology is a tool that students use to learn, and when they have access to it, they can use it in a variety of ways. They can turn it off for a while, but if they actually go out somewhere and they have it on, and they're looking at 3 trees and they're not sure which of these trees is a deciduous tree and which one's conifer, then they can quickly look it up on their phone and get the answer. And then the learning that they have in that moment, they didn't have to go back, run to the library and look it up. They can learn right there. So it's a tool that can be used, and helping kids understand and appreciate the power of the tool in the place to get a deeper understanding of the natural environment. It could be a win-win.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a fairly complex body, and we're looking at a variety of issues, everything from the value of volunteering, public volunteering for the promotion of the natural resources we do have, to the politics involved in doing anything, and as well as just the getting public education out. Are you comfortable working on complex projects that might encompass more than a variety of different issues like that?
Yes, and I realize that there's a learning curve. And,
Well, I think we all do.
but yes, yeah. The complexity is actually what's intriguing about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, good.
Okay.
And yes, I'm available all 3 years.
Well, that's good.
I got a couple of questions from the application when you're ready.
Yeah. Did you have?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just STEM education director. What's STEM?
Science, technology, engineering, and math. And if you
Okay.
put an A in there, it becomes STEAM. And if you add more heat, then it becomes superheated steam, which can be, well, never mind. STEM is the new initiative in which manufacturing is trying to bring itself back to the United States. And in Clackamas County, we have a good presence of manufacturing businesses. And STEM is a way to help kids understand how what they're learning in school can lead to a great job, and help them be a little more motivated to learn more science and math while they're in school. And at the same time, the kids are being presented with the idea that engineering got us into this quote-unquote sticky situation we have environmentally, where we're making the impacts we don't want to make sometimes, and we try to find ways to fix them. Well, it's engineering that's going to get us out of it too. So it's helping kids problem solve in a different way, try some modeling, do some things, make sure they're using math to model, make sure they're using the scientific method, use the engineering design process to come up with a prototype, but try to see if something works, and access to technology that's available to come up with something that can make the world a better place. So that's what STEM is supposed to be.
So I'll throw another acronym you got here. SECAT team.
South End Community Advisory Team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Good job.
City Commission's going to see that in a bit. Anyway, just want to make sure I understood what you had on your resume.
Yes, we are, educators are guilty of alphabet soup. Although I went to a meeting and there was another group and they won first prize. They really took it.
That's great.
Yeah. I was very impressed, yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So from this point, I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would recommend it to Doug and crew that we accept both these nominees.
Me too.
Good.
Okay.
Very good. Well, that makes it very easy.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you both for the applications.
Yeah. Okay.
How long have we? I mean, we had stagger terms as people came on because
Correct. Yeah. So
when and people are now being reappointed to 3-year terms.
right.
Since
Yeah.
how long have we been in existence? This time around.
This time around.
2 years, I
2
believe.
years.
2
Yeah.
years. That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah. Yeah. 2000. Oh, it's been 3 years. Huh?
Well,
No, that's more than 3 years.
through the 9.
I'm thinking 2.
No, that would be 5 years. It hasn't been that long.
Yeah.
Can't be that long.
No.
Yeah.
That might be when the process started, but it didn't actually get going until
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
little bit later.
Until I became mayor, in fact.
Yeah.
And this is my 3rd year, so it must be 2 years.
Yeah.
No, it's my 4th year. could be 3.
We're glad you're here.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
All right. Great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, we've got the next item on the agenda is our goals review and discussion update.
Yeah, so let's kind of see if I can put this in context a little bit, because there's a lot of information that we put and then attached to this. I'll make sure.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
I was going to say for a second, the folks are available to stay here at the meeting. Do we have extra sets that they could just review that information?
We don't have extra paper copies because we're conserving paper.
Okay.
But we do have some Dias computers.
Put it on the screen or something? I just thought it might be helpful for Ginger to see.
We can probably put you on the absent computers.
Yeah.
You'll have to read along with us. Why not? Use technology as a tool. Well, where Doug was sitting. So the way you use these is it's a touch screen. Each one of the reports,
documents are on
then the
here.
agenda, you touch it. The staff report, all the documents are here. You actually have to view document.
There you go.
So
I've
you
been
can
working on Grant all day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You too.
I know.
I can't even see right now. My eyes are so screwed up. Yeah.
So, what I talked about in the staff report, see if I can dial that up. We want to review previous discussions and member input regarding our goals and priorities, and discuss next steps in anticipation of our March meeting. And at our last meeting in January, Carol Kemmis started to assist us with the process of goal setting and priorities. We looked at our bylaws and started to review our scope of activities and what we felt we actually do and what we don't do as a committee. And so with Carol's assistance, I started to draft a list for a more streamlined and focused scope of activities, but we're not there yet by any stretch of the imagination. And some of our members were not able to attend as well. So Carol will be returning in March to provide further guidance and feedback. And so what I've done, and I don't mean for this to be too open-ended, but we've attached the previous Natural Resource Committee priorities member summary from mid-2013 when we were in the process of reviewing our 2013-14 work plan. I won't go into a lot of detail on that numeric summary that's in the packet, but when I summarized all of that data that we got from that, the top 3 issues in mid-2013 at that time were, number 1 was to review existing codes and rules affecting tree management. Number 2 was to improve coordination and working relationships with the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee and other advisory groups and staff of departments that are responsible for natural resources management. For example, the Parks Department and the Public Works Department. And since that time, we've had some discussions with those department heads, but we've also had some staff leave and retire. So we're in a situation now where we don't even have staff in the Parks Department that are charged with natural resource management as a focused activity, and so you're aware of that already. Yeah. The third item in mid-2013 was improved communication and notice of development actions affecting natural resources. So this has to do with transparency, two-way communication, and I think what you all referred to previously and Jerry just referred to with respect to a more orderly process for making recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Commission and Parks and Rec Advisory Commission as well, and standardizing that process and making sure that it happens in a timely manner. So, in addition to the other two documents attached were the documents that were compiled by NRC members Richard Craven and Brian Boyce and Jerry Herman. So those are the November 22nd goals that Richard Craven put together in 2013, and the issue summary that Jerry put together most recently. And these all display some common themes regarding prior, current, and ongoing concerns that the NRC has regarding their role and the city's responsiveness to the NRC. In particular, improved communication between the committee and various city departments is a major concern. Now, staff's recommendation is that these issues always be discussed in light of persistent staff shortages and resources, adopted policies and codes, and clear decision-making criteria and authority, as well as the city commission goals and objectives, so that we can line up. And with that, if you like, we can look at the individual exhibits and talk about it. But I'll kind of leave this over to you guys to lead the discussion. I have not looked at Richard Craven's document in much detail, to be perfectly honest. So, if we wanted to just,
I have not either, so I feel in the
Yeah.
dark. I'd have to review it,
Yeah,
but I'd like to review it.
if you'd like,
all
I
on
can
the
go
screen
through
here, so-
that. I know you don't have a hard copy, Jerry, so
Yeah.
I can probably, I'll just be happy to go through this or
Sure.
read it.
Can I clarify something?
Sure.
I thought
Yeah.
back, before the beginning of the year, we were kind of informed the city commission was going to be going through a process. But I don't ever remember receiving anything new from the
Right.
city commission. So I'm just kind of
Yeah.
curious, because we're trying to think,
Yeah.
get stuff more kind of in sync, kind of like from where we're coming from, and where
Right.
their priorities and values were. Is there something
Yeah.
in the works that we're going to be getting sometime soon?
Yeah, I think I have not sent or seen minutes from the midterm discussion, but basically what that was a midterm goals review for their January retreat, which was a 4-hour discussion at the Pioneer Center, I think. And they only reviewed the goals that they've adopted in 2013 and 14. So they're not going to be including new goals and priorities this year. They're just reviewing the ones that they already are operating under, because they're on a 2-year budget cycle and it's tied to that. So I will be happy to provide some more feedback on that.
Okay.
Yeah, when I get it. It was a lot of information because of all the various goals and priorities. And each of the department heads provided a report on where they were at with respect to implementing those. Yeah. Okay.
We
Yeah.
We could go through Richard's
Okay.
recommendations real quickly,
Sounds good.
just to get everybody familiar with them, and make commentary as we see fit here.
Okay. Do you want me to read them?
You can.
It'd be
Sure.
wonderful.
So the heading is potential items for city goals and/or NRC consideration. The first item is discuss the necessity for a natural resources code for the city. The rationale is that the present codes may not protect or preserve certain natural resources in the city if the resources are not given consideration when potential development or maintenance occurs. I'm not certain that a natural resources code or overlay is necessary. However, it would be enlightening to discuss what resources would be considered and how it could be structured and integrated with existing codes. So we do currently have several codes that deal with natural resources in the zoning code.
Yeah, many of
Yeah.
those function as overlays, like the water overlay,
Right. The Natural Resources Overlay District serves to
geologic hazard overlay.
yeah, you get the geologic hazard overlay. You've got the historic
resources.
review overlay, the Willamette River Greenway overlay.
Is there a similar one along the Clackamas
No, there's not.
There's just a setback
Right.
rather than
yeah,
an overlay. Okay.
Yeah. The natural resources overlay would be the one in the Clackamas because it's a salmon-bearing stream with a 200-foot buffer.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
do have a natural resources overlay that covers some things at least.
Yeah, and the natural resources overlay, when it touches a city park, the entirety of that city park is brought into the natural resources overlay. Clackamas Park, for
Yeah.
example, and Singer Creek. Now, there may be exceptions to that because of a prior approval or prior delineation that was approved in the past, where the actual resource was delineated and the buffer associated with it is already protected. I think an example of that is the EOT, end of the Oregon Trail, where you've got a portion of the site which is still considered NROD or natural resource overlay,
Yeah.
and the
Well,
side where the trail buildings are is not. Right. So
Okay.
yeah,
Pete,
yeah.
from a functional sense, is there any kind of missing or a gap in overlay? I'm just trying.
Right.
'Cause
Now,
it seems that we've got some things, but we have some things, but it's hard to tell. And I think from your staff perspective, is there some?
yeah, well, what we hear, I think, from the public with respect to the gaps is that tree protection outside of natural resource overlays and outside of development review is inadequate in their eyes. So there's no code for privately owned property that protects upland tree stands if they're not identified within a natural resource overlay district. And there are several reasons why that is. One of the reasons is that property may be zoned for residential use and has not been identified as a natural resource by conscious process by Metro or the county and prior to annexing into the city. And we're both subject to Title III and Title 13 within the urban growth boundary, where they say, well, this area is a habitat area in the upland, but is allowed to be, it has a lower grade because it's flat and developable and not right next to a stream. So what happened when the Natural Resource Overlay District was updated in 2008 was essentially it protected all of the same buffer areas that were originally protected in the water quality zones, plus some park areas, and then an additional 10 feet on either side to allow for any variation in tops of banks. So there was a larger zone in some areas, and in some areas it shrank because of the contours associated with streams being in ravines. It's kind of technical, but essentially we married up the Title III and the 13 overlays, and Metro said, well, that's good. You've adequately protected both those resources in your overlay district. If you want to protect upland resources that Metro has not identified as requiring habitat protection, that's up to the city to do, but it's not required in order to be in compliance with Metro. So we didn't. Not to say that you can't create incentives or voluntary ways to protect that habitat, and one of the ways that you can do it is either voluntary or you regulate it through some other means. And I think that's where, circling back to the discussion about tree protection, some people feel if you've got a stand of trees on a residentially zoned site, then there should be a very strong effort made to protect a stand of trees if it's significant. And so in that sense, you first have to make a process for identifying what is significant. Then you have to basically pass an ordinance, and that's, we haven't gone there yet. The way our tree protection code works now, it applies to development property. So until the time you turn in a land use application, you can essentially do whatever you want with that tree grove. which, depending on the status of the tree grove, maybe it was a forest use. It was managed as a farm or forest use prior to annexing into the city, and they haven't been maintaining that farm and forest use active harvest for a while, like a Christmas tree farm or a forest tree stand. And that's what happened on Thayer Road, where it was a timber zoned property that then got annexed into the city, did not get managed as a harvested timber stand for about 10 years, and then got unmaintained and became a very, very dense habitat, not thinned. But the moment they started to peck away at the edges of that tree grove in order to make roads and things into it, it rendered the stand unstable from a wind throw standpoint. And that was the reason why they basically removed all of the trees on the site so that they could make a fairly medium density residential subdivision there, which was what it was zoned. So that's one example. We also have high groundwater areas in various parts of the city that are not necessarily habitat areas, but connect to habitat areas and could serve as water quality areas for those. And our code says that if those areas meet wetland criteria and touch an existing overlay, the entirety of that area is brought in when development review occurs. But it's not until development review occurs. So all the codes that we have today primarily apply to development review. They don't stand as a standalone protection. Natural Resource Overlay District does, though. You're not allowed to level a certain amount of, you can't clear within the Natural Resources Overlay District unless it's non-native vegetation and that sort of thing. Yeah. So there's a lot, and a lot of these codes are very detailed. They have to provide fairly clear and objective standards, so they're quite nuts and bolts, so that an applicant or developer has a clear and objective option. They can have a discretionary option where they go to the Planning Commission and ask for a variance from that code, but that's a public hearing. Everything else has to be spelled out, especially for residential development. Everything has to be spelled out in a clear and objective manner.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So what else did Richard have to say?
Next, number 2, discuss the possibility of expanding the Natural Resources Committee membership by having a representative from Parks and Rec Committee, PRAC, on the NRC. Also explore with the PRAC about having an NRC member on the PRAC. Basically, consider restructuring both committees. Because there's such a strong link between the NRC and the PRAC, both concerned with natural resources. NRC has a broader scope than PRAC. Nevertheless, there is considerable overlap. So it's about coordination and integration. And as we know, our bylaws require an annual meeting with the PRAC. PRAC's bylaws do not. So this is a question of not only adopting some new policy language with the makeup of these committees, but actually following through with it.
Yeah, my thoughts on that is to, just like we're talking about doing with the city staff, is to make an official trigger so that we refer and they refer things back and forth between the two bodies. Having a member attend every meeting is a big undertaking. For a lot of us are already, maxed out, shall we say. And I like the annual meeting, but I think that there needs to be some awareness that, we overlap, and there's times when the other should be consulted, and somehow get that as a policy for both groups. And since we have it in our bylaws that we're supposed to have a meeting with them every month, maybe they should look at the same
Every
thing
year.
every year. Yeah, I meant every year. And have that be, the same on both sides, in other words.
Yeah.
But there's often questions we have that could be asked of them, and I'm sure vice versa. And they've admitted as much when
Right.
I did meet
Been
with them.
receptive, yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely sympathy for that position on their side.
Yep.
What day of the week do they meet?
Don't know. I can check.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of evident often that there's challenges just getting regular and full participation in one's own committee, and nothing stops a member of the Resources Committee from just simply attending the PrAC meetings
True.
or providing input as citizens.
Provided we get an agenda to the right parties, so, yeah.
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 Our bylaws do state, I just was going over those, that the chairman is the spokesman at all times for this committee unless otherwise designated. So, I mean, it seems to me we might want to send some commentary to the Parks and Rec folks saying that we are encouraging our members to attend. We're not sure who they necessarily will be, but would you be open to that? That might be one step to take. I like your idea, Brian, too, but the question is, where does this matrix, how does this get developed?
That would be a job for both bodies.
I know.
Yeah, and there could be a lot of. It's going to be should be similar on both sides.
Right. But as a first step, I'm just kind of following what Bob was saying too, is that if we were to initiate a letter to them saying we'd like to have a representative attend the meeting and keep us informed, I would be willing to do that occasionally too. I mean, I'll bet each one of us might be willing to do one. It might put us down in numbers, though. We don't need that problem any more than we have tonight. But we'll have a couple new members, I believe. So,
Yeah.
but I really feel that this has been an issue that's been a problem because we don't know. We're reacting to what they're doing. I don't think that they know necessarily what's happening because of certain requirements that parks must meet, and we don't know quite what they're doing. It would, of all the committees that are in the city, I think we could have beneficial impact by being there.
Yeah, I think, Scott Archer is our community services director and is the person who's liaison to the PrAC. Denise Kai is our assistant parks director, who's currently basically working two jobs because of Larry Potter's retirement. So they're a little bit snowed under right now in their daily activities. They're a 9-member committee, so they have quite a few members, and their terms are through 2014 and 2015 staggered. I'm trying to look for when they meet, but essentially it should be fairly straightforward to coordinate better on that. So I will pass the word along to Scott.
Would a letter from this body be?
I think it's
Okay.
always better to put it in writing and then
Yeah.
put it in front of them.
You know,
Yeah,
I'd be willing to draft something and give it to you.
yeah, sure,
You know, as
that'd
a
be good.
thought.
Yeah, it could be a quick email as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and Scott's very responsive to email, so
Okay.
yeah. All right, great. Third item Richard raised is the need to establish a natural resources job position for the city. The rationale being that the city has a variety of natural resources, including forest, rivers, streams, wetlands, and uplands in the urban and rural areas. The city will continue to see development and or use pressures on the natural resources as the city expands or infill occurs. A broadly educated /trained /experienced staff person could work among city departments, developers, permitting agencies, and natural resources agencies to streamline and address issues and avoid potential conflicts among city departments and various committees. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
No, I really.
Yeah,
I don't know that you're aware of what's going on with
yeah.
the potential tourism director. You know about this? There's a
No.
effort underway to consolidate existing funds and put together monies to bring forth a tourism director or tourism advocacy or tourism manager. And I remember when David Frazier was here, our manager here, a couple of years ago, talking about his dream was to see an urban forester. I think we all heard that. At least I remember hearing it. I think we ought to take Richard up on this issue and really advocate for this, because I believe you're going to see whatever resources are there going somewhere else. Not saying that tourism is bad; it's a very good thing. Okay, but when funds are short here, and and your city's strained. But he didn't talk about an urban forester. He talked about a broadly trained person that could act between different departments, right?
And I think it's an issue I have with this, because what I'm wondering is, a broadly trained, you might wind up with somebody major background in hydrology or something like that, and that may not be as relevant
Good point.
a priority as somebody maybe more of an urban forestry background. So I think just kind of a generalist in this thing wouldn't be as productive or helpful as figuring out what kind of skill sets and knowledge we're most incomplete for, or something like that, and having a position more focused in that, because otherwise, it's kind of like an omelet or something.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of allocating resources and money for an in-house resource position, that's something I think that various departments could hopefully get behind, including public works, parks, and planning, all being responsible for natural resource management in various capacities. There are other external organizations like Oregon Department of Forestry, who kind of has a circuit rider, community forester, who helps out, and they're not always available full time. They work as their limited resources allow as well, but it does provide a necessary level of expertise in terms of objectively looking at one community's urban forest management policies as opposed to another's, and what their setup is financially, and making good recommendations in that regard. And I think that objective viewpoint is always going to be valuable, even if we can't find resources in the short term for a position of this kind. Kristen Ramstad from ODF and their staff in the community forestry department were really helpful in that regard. A lot of this stuff comes from grants as well, potentially, and that's another position that is supplemental to the efforts of staff. We don't have a grant writer on staff, and Bob knows this very well. So
Takes time.
it takes time, and the resources are there from various ways, but it's different. Having money from the general fund for this sort of position is something that the city commission would basically have to get behind in the new year, 2015, and make a priority. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to comment that there's also, and on top of this, the possibility of having people hired, especially in public works and parks, that are sympathetic and knowledgeable about natural resources preservation and management. And this really needs to happen, I think. And there's an opportunity now with parks, and so they will be hiring someone in the near future to replace the fellow that retired. And that would go within that department a long ways towards accomplishing all this.
Yes, very, very.
And having a separate person is a good possibility, but if there were strong enough people in the departments, they may or may not be needed, depending on the degree to which that's true.
Right. Yeah, and I just want to mention that we have some very talented staff with excellent qualifications, but then their job description may not be natural resources.
Yeah, I think that's
so
true.
And so there's an issue there in terms of working within your job description, or having a limited scope of activities and time to do the jobs that you're assigned to do. So that's a concern as well. We have water quality people in Public Works who primarily look at water quality, but they have degrees in biology.
Right.
So that's kind of the point I was make. Okay. And then I guess on top of that, we've got people like Brian Vaughn at Metro, who are a major natural resources landowner now, in and around the city, who can lend their expertise.
That's certainly true.
Yeah. So, 5, coordination of boards, committees for NRC practice.
Skip fourth.
Oh, I
You
skipped
skipped Bob's
4.
favorite.
Skip
here.
volunteers.
Oh, my goodness, sorry. Number 4, establish a volunteerism job for the city. Rationale. There have been a vast volunteer efforts in the city. However, the efforts appear to have decreased in recent years and don't appear to be coordinated to maximize efforts. A closely coordinated effort to expand volunteer efforts would be beneficial to the city for habitat, cultural preservation, restoration efforts, city cleanup efforts, some maintenance that the city cannot get to because of budget constraints, and to energize various neighborhood organizations, and as well as other special or public interest groups.
Yeah, this is one area where I think working with PRAC would be a really good thing to do, because the city parks have the potential to benefit a great deal, because there's people out there that want to volunteer in the parks.
Right.
And they're not getting encouraged much at all at this point in time. And having someone that had the skills and time to do that could really benefit the city and the parks that they might volunteer in. And there's been a limited amount where the citizens had to basically write the grants and organize the whole process without any assistance from the city, even though they were working on city property.
Right, yeah.
And I think that encouragement from the city with adequate skills behind it would result in some real benefits to the city, especially with the great constrained budgets that they do have. So I think that this is a really good idea.
Do you see a way, Brian, that possibly could blend the natural resource position concept, those two together? I mean, they're going to do a lot of work in the field. Volunteer.
There would be a possibility
Yeah.
if you could find someone that was skilled in both areas. That would be a possibility, and split it 50-50 or whatever. But
There's a thing though, you can get kind of diluted. You get pulled in so many directions. You put Pete probably can vouch for this. They put 2 or 3 different positions, responsibilities on one person. It's hard to get stuff done because you're just getting spread too thin.
Yeah, I think it's necessary to have a work plan in that case and just prioritize.
And one thing that would work in your advantage in this situation is that a lot of the volunteerism would be natural resources related.
That's my point.
Yeah, so that would alleviate some of that being stretched too thin, because the two would actually be working together in some ways.
I don't think that position, so-called volunteerism, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but is just recruitment. It isn't recruitment. It's managing the resources of those volunteers, make sure they have the tools, implements, coordination, whatever, to
Really. tasks
identified that would be meaningful.
Oh, yeah.
You can't just say, go fix up this park. You got to,
it requires
prioritize, make sure the follow-up is there. There's a lot to it.
It requires money and space, time, and budget.
I know of one volunteer group in the city that there wasn't, a professional oversight to make sure that it was done to a more professional level. So there was, what they did was great, but it was spotty, and and nobody went back 2 years later, and now it was ivy going up trees sort of thing, and now the ivy's back already. Because they didn't have the expertise provided them that a natural resources person could provide.
Yeah.
So.
I'd like to point out kind of a success story, at least in the Parks Department, is the help that they've received from the Oregon City School District construction team for some of the facilities that have been built in
Oh, yeah.
parks.
I've started hearing about this.
Yeah, and they're a great resource, but it does require that someone be there to help, either with the site planning process and the permitting process and shepherding those through
Yeah.
and that's been Denise Kai and Scott Archer to a huge extent. But
So-
the benefit is phenomenal. Yeah.
Where are they within that job
Pardon?
process? Where are they within the job process they're trying to replace Larry?
That I can't tell you, Jerry. I don't know.
They're
Yeah.
taking their time, I understand. I did talk to Scott Archer a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, I saw him writing a description
yep.
recently.
I think
So-
in this area, if I get a chance, I want to leap way beyond the mandate or mission of this committee,
Yep.
talking about the volunteerism, because given kind of the scale of Oregon City and given the kind of challenges, one of the things that probably holds the city back from having a staff person's position is obviously budget constraints. And so the more departments and the more stakeholders that could benefit from this position, probably the sooner this kind of position could actually be supported and funded and maintained. And it used to be, Neighborhood Watch used to be down on kind of a block by block level and crime prevention efforts, and now there's kind of a big, party once
That's starting up as we speak again.
And the thing following up with that is a person who's managing a volunteer program for the city could obviously be doing stuff that's natural resources related, but they could be recruiting interns to supplement departments, unions permitting, and they could be doing stuff, crime prevention. They could be doing a lot of different things benefiting from the city,
Yeah.
and maybe different departments could all chip in a fraction of the financial support to make that happen.
Yeah, I think, right now, the city manager's office and potentially would be the area where this position was created, because they would be able to coordinate with the neighborhood associations. And that's kind of the nerve center for all the various neighborhoods who all have various concerns, whether it be crime, traffic, natural resources, nuisances, etc. But that is a great way to respond, is through the Citizen Involvement Committee as well. So,
And the only other thing I'd add with that is some of the things that Brian's talking about of maintaining certain standards and support for the volunteers is if you had one staff position covering multiple areas, you can standardize like volunteer recruitment and processing and oversight and recognition in a way so that you don't get a variance in kind of the quality of the experience or the volunteer involvement, because one person could provide services and support across department boundaries.
Yeah,
agree.
I should mention real quickly that the Citizen Involvement Committee is trying to start up the Neighborhood Watch program as well as neighborhood emergency management response as well. The two will
that's important.
be somewhat connected, but they're being started at the same time.
That's good to know.
And
Yeah.
but if the city could assist that in some way with someone in this position, it might be of help, because those are very beneficial to the city. They cut crime, and if we ever do have the big one or whatever disaster may come about, having people with more awareness of what to do is really, really important, because the bigger the disaster, the longer it is until the professionals get there.
Yeah, that's good that the neighborhoods are getting into that. The disaster preparedness plans have usually been, historically been prepared by, the technical agency personnel with some input from the neighborhoods,
Yeah.
based on FEMA guidelines, but the scope of these hazard mitigation programs has expanded in recent years, which is good, I think.
But
Yeah.
there's, the neighborhood idea is that, know your neighbors, who's elderly, who's infirm, where's the gas shut off,
Right.
you know, where's the water, you know, all these things. That
Homeowner
if you
initiative,
know,
yeah.
you can help yourself out. And, you know, who knows when the city or the county or the state is going to get there, you know, if we have the big one or
Right.
there's a large wildfire or whatever, you know,
Yeah.
whatever the disaster may be.
And one thing, that same vein too, they always talk about having emergency supplies on hand, food and water and medicine. One of the trends you constantly see is they're recommending longer stockpiles of these resources. It used to be like 3 days, now they're saying a week, some situations maybe 2 or 3 weeks before you could count on a kind of a centralized response.
Yeah, yeah. We just need to look at, you know, what happened elsewhere in the world to get an idea of the reality of that.
Or England right now.
Yeah.
Well, with their floods, yeah.
Yeah, I think
They're having
those-
floods bigger than they knew could happen.
Well,
You know,
I'm glad to hear the CIC is working on that.
Yeah, yeah. It needs to happen.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with number 5?
Yeah, we can move on to 5.
Number 5, coordination of boards, committees for Natural Resources Committee, PRAC, and Historic Review Board. Rationale is that these three, NRC and the PRAC and Historic Review Board, potentially have overlapping interests for natural resources. NRC and PRAC obviously have overlapping interests. Some cultural, historic aspects that involve natural resources would also involve HRB. Periodic joint meetings to discuss what's going on might facilitate how working relationships could be implemented to best serve the city. So I can explain what the Historic Review Board does. They're primarily a architectural review board for the conservation districts, which are set up in the city. So Kenema, McLaughlin. New development and significant redevelopment of structures within those districts are reviewed for appropriateness based on design guidelines that are adopted by that committee. They traditionally have not gotten into natural resources for explicit reasons because of the scope of their activities is fairly narrow. They are a quasi-judicial board, so they actually can make decisions to approve or deny development on their own based on recommendations from staff pursuant to a Type 3 land use review process. So they're not advisory, they actually have decision-making authority. That being said, some and they do not. They also don't get into heritage trees or heritage groves. So that's not part of their issue today. I think if you talk to Christina Robertson Gardner, our preservation planner, she'd be able to give you a little more insight on this and to why that's been separate for them for so long. Mostly because of the built environment aspects of what they do being their primary consideration. And I haven't seen too many situations while I've been here in 8 years where they've chosen to get into natural resource issues as a body. Sometimes a significant tree, it's rare, but a significant tree on a historically designated property will be mentioned in an inventory for that property. And even when it is, the Historic Review Board will basically say, well, that's not part of their mandate for review. They only look at structures. So I just wanted to let you know what I understand their role to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as you can tell, it's entirely architectural and,
Yeah.
historic nature of the area and so on.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That being said, we talked about the need for overlap between the NRC and the PRAC. Policies can change in the future, assuming, there's adequate will on the part of those boards to do so, but we haven't heard that. It's kind of like the PRAC saying, well, we really only look at parks, and park
Right.
maintenance and things like that. But, there's clearly overlap. We know this. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
there's definitely natural areas in some of the parks, and
Right. Yeah.
is it going to be managed by benign neglect or understanding of the natural resources. You know.
Exactly, yeah.
And
Yeah. So, my take on it is that most of these items we've certainly discussed before, and they all have merit, with particularly the need for greater coordination and transparency and communication and a more ordered process of recommendations from the NRC to the various boards and committees that it's given a task to advise to. That needs to continue, in my opinion. The budget aspects of items 3 and 4 are the major concern, I think, and probably need to be discussed by managers above me in order to get proper feedback. I think
Pete?
one way to do that is getting written.
Well, one thing I think realistically,
Yeah.
to get new staff positions in the budget, when you have tight budgets, it really would require, I guess, persistent, consistent education efforts, and I think it's a major commitment because we can't take the eye off the ball if we're really going to kind of elbow our way into the budget, try to get new positions funded. I think the statement I'm trying to make is that it's a significant commitment. It's not going to be an easy thing to get done. And so we really have to be determined to maintain support and our involvement in the process and build support for that.
But it could start with something as simple as a recommendation from this body.
But I can't stop there.
Yeah.
No, but it can't stop there. I agree with that.
No, I think, the city's budget is to a huge extent tied to the tax base of the city. Tax base is tied to the value of the property. And, if we don't have a lot of new development going on in the city, and we've got a lot of real estate that's taken up by non-tax paying entities and things like that, it is hard to have discretionary funding for these extra positions. You compare Oregon City to a place like Lake Oswego, you almost have double the value in tax assessment. Lake Oswego has natural resource planners and natural resources staff and that sort of thing, and you can see the results in the way that their policies and trees are promulgated. So that's an important consideration. We have tax limitations in Oregon based on various referendums that have been passed over the years, and I've heard that one of the ways that cities can grow their way out of tight budgets by approving new development, and that's maybe true, but at the same time restructuring city staff to do more and coordinate more in between departments, particularly with something as important as natural resources, is an ongoing challenge.
Well, before we go past Richard's input, I didn't see this till tonight, and it's it's incumbent upon us to consider it, I think, in our goal setting. And the two that I feel that are most practical is the issue of, in terms of priority, is establishing a regular liaison with PRAC. That's an easy thing for us to do, okay? And that's, I think, something we all kind of feel is important.
Great.
So again, I'll work on a draft idea
Thanks.
that you can send on to them. And then advocating for the NRC staff role / volunteerism role. I want to just share an idea here.
Okay.
Clackamas Cove is a $250 million development. If those folks had been approached, or still could be, at some point, about the value of having volunteerism built into that project to, one, get some non-critical work done for them, I bet they would have been willing to invest, and maybe aren't now, but could have been, as a major project in supporting a function like we're desiring here, if it could benefit their project by reducing their costs. It's just one example. So there's different ways to do this besides just the city's budget, or waiting for projects to come along that might generate enough tax revenue that you have other uses for already identified, I'm sure, to put it in the bailiwick. Is it in the development community's interest to maybe support something that is making their project more effective through volunteers? Just a thought.
Right. I'd like to go back quickly just to something Brian mentioned. He mentioned benign neglect, and I do think that's a problem. You know, people don't necessarily know what's in their local stream nearby. You know, you see a bunch of blackberries and ivy and clematis growing in a watershed, and you assume somebody's supposed to take care of that, but it turns out that it's just part of a back of a privately owned property, or maybe in a public works easement that is not getting the maintenance it ought to. Parks are a similar situation. And some of that can be improved through public awareness and interpretation. So which is what Ginger was
So
talking about.
are you talking about raising the awareness level of the public,
Yeah,
the citizens,
Yeah.
to take action?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pete, is there an official city process of like a justification for a new staff position? I mean, just a regular nuts and bolts thing that.
Well, I think, yeah, first there needs to be a decision to fund it, and then there, you know, I'm not involved in that process, I'm
Okay.
afraid. So.
I was just kind of curious because some places you
Yeah.
have to. Do
You have to
like a
you have to go through the
justification.
finance department and justify. Yeah, usually, depending on how the department is funded. For example, the building department is funded. The building division is funded exclusively through building permitting. And the planning division is funded partially through development review permits for land use to a small extent, and then long-range planning projects are funded either through grants, like from Metro, or the state, or Department of Land Conservation and Development as the need arises. And then the remainder is a subsidy out of the general fund. And so each department's vying for limited general fund dollars and trying to justify it based on our department's very important. So, you know, I see that going on, but I don't know the nuts and bolts of it. There's line items and things
Sure.
like that, you know, and who controls what and who decides what line item is used to contribute.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, what little
Yeah.
I've watched in on him, it has a lot to do with need and dollars.
yeah,
You know, those two things. Public support is another one.
public support, I think, is important.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Uh,
So what is our process, Mr. Chairman? I mean, are we going to try to integrate his ideas or go through all the other things we had tonight? I mean,
You know what?
it's 8:30.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to provide feedback to Carol, and with each of these items, she has probably not seen any of them other than yours, Jerry.
Well, my stuff was
Yeah.
passed out in November.
Right.
Right, it's in here again.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
I
it's
put it
it's
in
fine.
again.
It just, you know,
Yeah.
it was kind of trying to clarify, you know, what did not work in the past, what would we like to see work, and so I don't need to go through that at all. But,
Okay.
But is it our objective tonight to, last meeting with Carol, she identified 3 core areas, core values, and then she was going to work on a mission statement, I think, idea for us. Isn't that what she was doing?
Yeah, and she did say she wanted as many of the committee at the next meeting as we can.
Which
so-
is this meeting.
Which is this meeting.
Right, there you go.
However, there's still opportunity to send this stuff along to Carol in the meantime. So I think maybe what we can do is decide which of these items tonight. Well, we can't really make any decision tonight because we don't have a quorum, but we'll just send it along as information, and regroup in March.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my advice.
Okay.
If you look. I think there's a way for us to synthesize this into the stuff that we're already working on with Carol.
I think the next step is to really decide which ones should we be focusing on in the coming year,
Right.
and going from there.
And ultimately, I see this going as a revision to our bylaws, which we can adopt. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's simplified with our input
Yeah.
the 11 or 14 items into
3, I think.
3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so far.
Yeah.
But, we haven't decided on those yet.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
So one last question. Richard's comments, I personally feel at least 3 of those can be brought forward for consideration. I would like to see 3 out of all of them, but, maybe we want to send them all. I don't know. But
You feel, Brian and Bob?
Well, I think realistically, if this committee was going to support establishment of a new staff position, we probably have to choose. I don't think, if we try to throw both of them up at the same time, they're not going to take it very seriously, because that's a pretty large resource commitment, that maybe we just have to make a decision at some point that it's more important at this time to have one or the other, because if we ask for them both, we're likely to get none. I think
Good
it's
point.
Budget realities, and
And
it's
using
not saying
one
that we
side.
can't try to push for both positions, but I don't think we can do it successfully at the same time.
Clearly a need for both, but if you had to choose a priority.
I think it's realistic.
I do believe, like Ron said, they do blend together the 2 functions quite well, though. If you have a volunteer, I think a volunteer function is very, very high priority. I don't know. I think that's what you seem to think in the past, Bob. And if it included a strong NRC kind of advocacy, and that person would have to end up relating to other departments to get anything done, which has been, one of the challenges we're working through anyway. So if I guess I was going to choose the volunteerism thing with a strong NRC natural resource background and ability to respond to projects of enhancement, whatever. So,
That might have the broadest appeal if you're trying to get cross-department financial support.
yeah.
Well, it may be another question, but, which department, hypothetically, would this position do the most good in?
Well, there's 2 that he would be most active in, and that's Parks and Public Works.
Yeah,
All right.
okay. All right,
Because
so-
they both have
Maybe it's-
management over the lands, and I don't know if any other agencies
No.
really do.
Planning doesn't, so you're right. In terms of, you have the Urban Renewal Commission, Urban Renewal Agency, but they don't really have a staff per se. They are
Yeah.
primarily they deal with the questions that come forward.
So I think that when we next have a quorum, which hopefully be next meeting, that we should return to this and and settle on an appropriate number of goals.
Yep.
We can't do that now because we're missing most of our members here. So,
Right.
Right.
and we will have
But they are out
hopefully
there.
a couple of more members by then. So,
Yep. I think Richard's watching on the.
And he's watching
Streaming
tonight, so
right
we're,
now, so-
he asked us to wave tonight, so. To Oklahoma,
Okay, Oklahoma.
we miss you.
Yeah. All right.
okay.
Thanks. Next item.
Let's see. Our next item is member reports.
Before we do that, Mr. Chairman, I had a question before.
Okay.
What happened to our old business? I'm trying to get us into my
We
mind,
kinda
following old
changed the,
business to, what happened to our resolution, our recommendation?
Which resolution?
Recommendation we spent a bunch of time on regarding trees and beavers and all that.
Oh, yeah.
That's an old business item that seems to me it should be on the agenda.
Right. That was sent to Tony Conkle, and I told him that this was an official recommendation from NRC to the powers that be, PRAC, City Commission, Oregon City Planning Commission as well, and that, there was no further discussion from this quarter other than to send that forward. And this is the preferred procedure that we've chosen as a committee to make our recommendations. So that's where.
So just for point of reference, we send our recommendations to Tony, or can they go directly to the commission? Or to Parks, or to
I
whomever?
think our rules say to city staff,
through city staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so at this
Yeah.
point, it's Tony is dealing with it, or
Yes.
whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, the real question is, if we're following an orderly process here, it should be old business for us to talk about, and it's not on the agenda.
Okay. Well, we did change the format of our agendas. This is the format that we've been using for the last few months.
Mhm.
We haven't been doing the new business, old business thing for a while, so if we want to reformat our agendas, then we can do that.
I sure like to think about it, because otherwise,
Yeah.
like Richard's thing, that was
Yeah.
in November that he sent that out, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was probably a new business thing for consideration,
Yeah.
and we never dealt with it.
Yeah, I mean, the way that we would typically do with that is staff communications, if there's been action on it, under
Okay.
this format. But if you want to do this to a more...
We can't make a decision tonight, but I feel
Yeah.
strongly that,
What do you think, Brian?
A lot of bodies in the city do have an old business section.
Okay.
It comes up fairly early
Yeah.
to get anything that needs to be followed up on out of the way.
Yeah, all right.
Kind of keeps us honest too, to make sure there's some kind of closure on
Yeah,
yeah.
stuff.
yeah, yeah, because some things sort of go off into a void, never to be seen again.
Right. Well, we need to be sure that we catch this stuff a week before the meeting so we can
Yeah.
actually do it.
Yeah,
And just for your information, Brian probably is aware of this, the river rose 15 feet today. I couldn't believe my eyes. And so, what
Yeah.
does that mean? The beavers have more food.
Snow melt.
they have to swim faster just to stay even.
Well, the cove is now 15 feet higher than it was earlier this morning, which is a remarkable rise. So had we had the snowpack in the event of 1996, last terrible event of my life.
That's one that rained 3 or 4
I know.
inches a
That's
day.
the only thing that was missing was all that rain. You're right.
Right.
Plus a big snowpack. But anyway. So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Any Bob? Do you have any member reports?
The only thing I'd like to note is there's, I think, 3 related unusual kind of weather-related occurrences taking place that have kind of a similar source. And they were talking about kind of the drought on the West Coast. I believe that they actually have flowers blooming up in Alaska in winter right now. And
Really?
the polar vortex that's impacted a lot of the United States. And what they're identifying is that there's a huge heat island, like in the Western Pacific, that's interrupted the typical jet stream patterns, which has kind of created a blocking ridge, preventing a lot of the moisture, till recently, hitting the West Coast. But at the same time, it's allowed unseasonably warm temperatures up in Alaska and extremely cold temperatures in a lot of the United States. And what's happening with climate change is the oceans are warming, and warmer oceans have more potential energy to affect weather conditions, create more severe and frequent storms. And I'm not tying the flooding in England to the heat island in the West Pacific, but things happening in North America, a lot of that's coming from the same source.
And the flooding in England, what's...
Who knows?
They're getting a heck of a lot more rain than they've ever gotten in different seasons of the year than they're used to. And it may very well be. It's all the water of evaporating off the Atlantic is being redirected to them somehow. So I recently saw a heat variance chart, and Alaska is indeed 18, 19 degrees over much of the state above normal. Of course, its normal might be well below 0, but it's still
Yeah.
astounding. And then you look over in eastern United States, which was on the same map, and they were way, way below. So, but the drought may be over with. The pattern appears to have disrupted itself, but who knows? It could be back in another week or 2.
The only thing I'd add to that is with long-term studies of kind of like weather patterns, there's been documentation of really long-term droughts in places like California where it's gone even for decades or even longer. So there is no real oscillation in the climates.
So you're saying that the long-term view is perhaps not as disturbing as the short-term events?
No, it's going to be worse.
Oh, okay. I thought you were.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
thought you
wanted
were-
to,
All right.
I could mention that when we get our heavy rainfall years is when the western or eastern Pacific warms up. And since it's warmer than it's ever been before in recent times, it doesn't take much for it to warm up. And they're theorizing that will lead to heavier flooding in our area as well as California than has happened previously. Just like England is getting heavier flooding than they've ever had. They're talking about moving parts of towns because they've flooded for the last few years over and over again that had never flooded before, and it keeps happening. So who knows? You know, we'll find out.
All right.
I did want to point out that I believe they sent this to you as well as me, and I haven't forwarded it yet, but I think we could. The county is talking about establishing human-powered transportation routes through the county. Did you see that?
Yeah, the active transportation plan.
Right.
Right.
And that
Yeah.
one of their preferred plans was, I think one route was out Redland Road, the other one out Clackamas River Drive, and all converging on one of the big state parks out there, MacIver.
MacGyver. Yeah.
And
Is this a recreational thing, or what is this?
it would, looks to me like it would be primarily recreational, but it could have uses that weren't.
It's to support alternative modes of travel, walking and bicycling, and choose prioritize the main routes for funding if they get federal funding to improve sidewalk and bicycle lane connections throughout the county. And there's an interactive map that has just been sent around, and thanks for looking at that. We sent it around to various groups, including the Chamber of Commerce groups and the Lions Club and everybody else,
Yeah.
all who have an interest in and have cyclists and bicyclists and walkers. It's a very detailed map. You can pretty much make as many comments as you want about a specific site that you know about and where you think an improvement can be made. But they show the lines, and they ask you to rank them depending on a particular region in the county.
Yeah, it's divided into various regions.
Right.
So it's not one big map, it's a whole bunch of small ones.
Yeah, it's like 9 separate maps,
Yeah.
or 12 separate maps.
Ron, you live on Clackamas River Drive. I can't imagine Clackamas River Drive handling bicycles in large volumes.
That's why they're talking about identifying these so that they can make improvements.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's heavily used for bicycles now. It was the route of the triathlon, but it is very narrow and potentially very dangerous, though I have not heard of any accidents involving bicycles yet.
Yeah.
There's too many blind spots on the
Yeah.
road.
Oh, yeah, there's
Yeah.
blind spots on every route you could take, practically.
It's a good site. It's fairly simple and easy to use. It starts with a survey, just a questionnaire survey, and then you get to comment on the map once you're done with the survey. I commented on the east side industrial area because that's where I have to loop through if I bike to work, and it gets a little hairy rather than being on an off-street bike path. And then there are clearly the emphasis is between from Milwaukee down to Oregon City. There are 3 routes that are shown coming through Gladstone and over the river, and
I noticed they they didn't talk about the old trolley bridge, which might
that would be a good opportunity. We can
Yeah.
put the marker on the map and tell them that.
This could become a viable route here.
Yeah.
I haven't had time to digest it enough to make comments.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Because I
you
just
could
got it a
spend
couple
lot
of days
time on
ago.
it.
But I would really encourage Pete to send out that link and let people take a look at it themselves.
Yeah.
And I noticed that there are many that weren't connected. I thought each of the zones should be connected somehow.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah, it's like getting across 224. To Foster Road is a real conundrum. Yeah, that's right. I got a bee in my bonnet about
Yeah,
that one. Sorry.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much they took tourism into account either.
Good point. Yeah,
But having the two routes that go out the Clackamas that involves some of Oregon City, one up in the hills and one along the river, all meeting at MacGyver Park is natural for tourism. And if that would connect with the trolley bridge straight into Portland, so much the better for tourism. And so that might be a comment I'll make. When I get
that's
to
good. Thanks, Richard. Yeah.
One thing that's kind of interesting, the well-established Springwater Corridor was originally established for recreation, but there's pretty consistent use of it actually for bicycle commuting because, you're
there.
not competing with the auto traffic, and it's safer most of the time than riding on the street. So, somehow if you have a dedicated recreational route, carefully selected, some people will use it for, commuting purposes.
Yeah, I just heard they completed the Springwater to Boring too, which is great.
Wow.
They're actually working, heading out towards Estacada, but nothing's been opened yet. There is some other paths that were separate from that are already in place that they could use. In the area I'm thinking of, near the ranger station, the old rail line actually goes right between that and the road, but there's a paved path right behind it that's 12 feet wide.
Oh, yeah,
So, who knows what they'll end up doing out there, in other
Yeah.
words.
Well, Kittleson and Associates is the transportation engineering company that's doing the survey, but they're helped by Alta Planning and Design, which is primarily focused on human-powered mobility.
Yeah.
So,
Since you mentioned the trolley bridge, what was your take on the bridge before this rise? I mean, you were talking about how badly it eroded. I did that 10 years ago.
Earlier this winter, it was eroded maybe halfway under. It was about a quarter of the way before. So it is eroding. And
You want to talk about
Metro's spending over $500,000 studying that thing. They should be able to figure out a resolution for
Right.
that.
so
is that one of their primary concerns?
Oh,
is
yeah.
the collapse?
Yeah, they
Okay,
know,
good.
they're aware of it anyway. I don't know how the conversation has been going, though.
Yeah. Well, I remember this.
I keep thinking I should try to find out.
Well, I just went through this whole thing. I was the one that raised Cain probably 15 years ago, and the thing was going to collapse. The governor's office was called in to declare an emergency, and they did. And they put people on it to stop it from collapsing. So here it's going back in the same mode,
Yeah. Whatever they did is gone now. But there needs to be a permanent solution. That was an emergency solution.
Yeah, right. Agreed. And if you have something to talk about, if it hasn't collapsed first.
Well,
No action is a decision.
okay.
all right.
Okay.
So thanks, Brian, for the update on that, and that is an important one. The South End Concept Plan, I can tell you about. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval to the City Commission. So the plan will move up to the City Commission on February 19th. And we'll probably be presenting the plan. We're not going to be asking for a first reading of the ordinance yet, not until March, because there's a lot of information to present now that the Planning Commission record is closed. But the record is still open. People will be able to continue to make comments, and we had 4 public hearings at the Planning Commission level, and we had a lot of public commentary, and we responded to all of it and addressed it all. So there's pretty overwhelming support from the Planning Commission, and as Ginger knows, our community advisory team worked very long and hard, and Bob knows that too. So at the February 19th meeting, we'll be presenting awards to our community advisory team members.
You'll be presenting what?
Awards to our community advisory team members, as well
Oh.
as asking them to testify if they feel comfortable doing that. So that continues. Blue Heron, you may have heard, Langley did pull out of their bid on the site, but the planning process continues. And the meetings.
Is there an active potential purchaser
That's what
identified?
he's
They're
just
gone.
talked to us
They're
about.
gone.
No, I understand Langley's gone, but I'm asking if anybody else is
No.
replaced.
Well, there may be some out there, but
Nothing in hand, I don't
nothing in
think.
hand
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
what
Yeah. You know, the public hearing process and the master planning process dates are moving forward. So we hope to continue to get public support for the vision out there.
Have
Yeah.
been any rescheduling of the
Of the
Snowdown
Keen?
event?
Not yet. I don't know the latest on that. It was kind of a lot of resources put together to hopefully get that thing.
I got
Yeah.
2 handwritten requests from Doug Neely on postcards.
Did you?
Because I'm evidently on more than one list, and he was noticeably more tired on one of them than the other. That was a huge
very
effort on his part to
disappointing.
hand
Yeah.
sign all those requests that we come.
Yeah. Well,
I have to
thanks.
commend him on that.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, I've got kind of a technical question regarding the site.
Okay.
I know one option, probably the last option, is simply abandoning the site. Does the city take over or actually own it if it's abandoned?
I don't know if that's an option for the city process.
It's-
It may be
that-
a possibility.
I think was a option for the trustee. If
Right.
That's
nobody
what I-
would buy it, nothing was coming up, they could just walk away from it.
Right.
And it would essentially go to the county for taxes,
You know,
I
the
believe.
city at this point would not like that to happen.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand what happens then.
Yeah, I don't know at that point. I mean, at that point,
Well,
yeah.
the legal thing would be that it could go for taxes.
Mm-hmm.
It's already in bankruptcy, so I don't know if it can go to that again.
No, it becomes a.
Can't get blood from a rock.
Yeah, I don't want to say what could happen.
Oh, okay. I was
yeah.
just kind of curious.
Yeah, I'm not knowledgeable about it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. So, let's see. That's Blue Heron. The process of starting amendments for the code, we had initially anticipated kicking that process off right now, but we're so busy with Blue Heron and South End and various other processes that we decided to start the code amendment process in mid-2014 with the Planning Commission, but this is a process of cleaning up our existing code and also implementing some citywide code amendments that have been needed for some time. There's an opportunity here to approach various committees: Transportation Advisory, Natural Resources, Parks and Rec. One of the things coming out of the South End concept plan that potentially could be implemented citywide is a trails and open space exaction requirement, which needs a lot of public input and review before it takes any form at the Planning Commission level. Since some of the recommendations coming out of the plan are, that an exaction or a dedication for a trail is a reasonable exaction, especially if you have an adopted plan, both regionally and locally, that calls for a trail connection or an open space area. Open space is much larger, obviously, sometimes require grants or private donations in order to acquire, whereas a development exaction for a 15-foot trail on a development property is potentially a reasonable exaction that doesn't require purchase. So these are the kinds of things the Planning Commission has to look at when they're adopting code, and it would be a new amendment to our public streets and places section of our code, Chapter 12. And it would apply to development properties in the future. So that's an area that we want both input from the Natural Resources Committee and from PRAC. And we haven't started drafting this yet. Just giving you a heads up.
I think that would be natural for us. So.
Yeah. As Shaw had mentioned several times, that she wants us to look harder at 1741, our tree protection code. And the Planning Commission also wants us to look at that hard again, too. And that was a specific recommendation that they made with the adoption of the South End Concept Plan was to review the tree protection code in mid-2014. So those are two areas that I know you guys will need to be involved in coming up here. We're almost in mid-2014, so it seems like right around the corner. Okay, that's basically it for me. If you have any questions for me.
Okay.
I'd like to go back, if you don't mind, for just a second. I have in front of me the Natural Resource Committee Advisory Recommendation form.
Yep.
Okay. And I just want to have this clarified.
So do
Richard talked with me about this on the phone a couple days ago. We all should have this in front of us. I have several of them here.
The one that you guys
What's a
prepared?
draft? Did we adopt this or did we not?
The format.
No, this was just provided to us by city staff.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So, I guess my question is that there's action recommended to City Commission, Planning Commission, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. That's the flow that our recommendation moves toward.
Can move towards.
Can move towards.
Yeah, we check which ones we think is appropriate.
All right. Did we do this with the issue that we made a recommendation on? Did we
I
fill
don't-
out one of these?
I believe I did.
You did, but it didn't check one of the three boxes. It was just Tony, so.
So we could have suggested it should go to Parks and Rec, check, and City Commission, check.
Or all of them, yeah. I
We
assume
could have
that's
done
what
that.
you wanted to do, was
Huh?
go to all three.
So is that the way it went?
Well, it went to Tony. I said, this is the new vehicle for recommendations,
Okay.
and I don't want to talk about it anymore with my committee. I want to hear back from management on the process. So, if you don't see movement on this, my recommendation would be just to mention it to the city manager.
Your recommendation is that we then ask for,
Yeah.
okay, all right. I'm not trying to cause trouble here. I'm just
That's
saying, this is
okay.
in front of me. This has a clear
It's
process,
been in the record for
you
a
know,
while.
and I
Yeah.
guess we thought it was good enough to consider it, and it
Yeah.
sounds like, Brian, you filled this out, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep, no, I sent it forward, and.
All right.
Yep.
okay, I get the picture. All
Yeah.
right, so we have a clear process if we want to invoke it.
I want it to be
That's-
used
that's-
more than once, because
Right.
then it
Right.
develops
Yeah,
legs.
This was put forward as the format that we use.
Right, and I agree, this is what we
And
should
by-
use.
And by seeing it used more than once, I want it to actually see.
Right,
it.
this
It's-
is a
it's
very clear process for any
Right.
future thing we would do.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
one of my frustrations, and I guess you didn't ask the right question to me tonight, was we have to have an orderly flow in our
Yeah.
process. And when we get bogged down, and it doesn't, forget the beaver issue,
Well,
just in
yeah.
general.
Not just a flow, but a timely way to put
Right.
these on these in before the decision maker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
By putting it on an agenda as well. So, I
Exactly.
mean, hypothetically, one way for you as a committee to make the city commission aware is just to show up at citizen comment and say, look, the NRC has adopted a new method for making our recommendations, as we are allowed to do in our bylaws. This is what it is. I'm making you aware of it.
Oh,
As chair or vice chair or,
Sure.
or liaison, whatever. That would be one good way to do it.
okay.
And then it's up in front of the city commission, the city
All right.
manager's sitting right there, Tony's right there, John's right there, and everybody's on the same page. Yeah, I think that's good.
That's a good outline. Thank you
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that. Okay.
I've got
3
one
minutes, you know.
question regarding this.
Sure.
When was the last time we had a secretary? And I'm wondering. No, I'm never being.
Yeah, no, I know. Technically, our bylaws say that we elect our secretary at the beginning of each year.
I thought we
We
figured out
haven't-
an alternative way we were kind of handling. the
Yeah,
minutes and
because
that.
we do have a person who's transcribing our minutes right now. So
I'm wondering if we want to eliminate that if we're not.
yeah, I mean, I guess that's something we need to discuss, is whether we want to eliminate it. I mean, primarily staff does this now.
Works for me.
If you're happy with the minutes, the quality of the minutes.
They're fine, they're
Context.
adequate, they're
Yeah,
adequate.
and-
yeah.
And that, there's funding for that now, and I would expect it to continue. But I would like to get the city recorder's input on whether that each committee should realistically have a secretary in the event that that funding doesn't.
I just know it's a really
always
hard
there.
position to fill, so it's kind of
No one seemed to want to do it.
No, well, no, we didn't. We didn't.
writer's cramp.
No. And
They
I
said-
think one of the things that we were concerned about was just the magnitude of what the
Yeah.
secretary might have to do
Yeah.
because of the nature of how we process information there.
Yeah, I mean, the way this electronic system is set up, hypothetically, the minutes automatically generate, assuming someone's sitting here typing what's going on, and I don't have the wherewithal to type what's going
Right.
on while I'm talking.
Right.
So, that's another staffing issue, really, because the city recorder has 2 assistants who assist, and they can produce the minutes as they go. But we have a solution right now. I guess the question is, do we want a secretary on the books
You're
in
doing,
the bylaws?
whatever system you're using is working adequately.
good.
Very adequately. I'm very pleased, personally.
Yeah,
It's simple, it's not so detailed, it's going to,
I mean, if it's strictly an honorary position, I guess, the question is, do we need that? Your secretary hypothetically would be the one potentially that takes your recommendations forward to the various bodies, but any one of you could do that.
We do it electronically too, can't we?
Yeah, there's, well, what do you mean electronically? We've got so
I
many.
mean, we're not talking hard copy, are we?
No, I mean, we have a standard way of producing agendas every week for various boards. They have to be done in this Legistar Granicus system. That's what this is.
Okay.
So it takes a lot of time. And you create a file with a date on it, and then it can be done remotely. And the city recorder takes all the files that have that date on them and puts them in an agenda from various people.
Very many committee secretary volunteers doing that with the city now?
At least I want to say 4 or 5 of them are transportation, HRB, planning commission, city commission. Yeah.
More power to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you saw the amount of paper that we used to put together for planning commission and city commission, you had a stack of paper this high every week for every commissioner, and it was a lot of
Dead trees.
dead trees, a lot of Xerox paper, a lot of electricity, and wasted paper. So it's taken a while to get this system up and running, and everybody has to be trained in how to use it. But I think the resource savings are phenomenal. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and move on to our future agenda items.
Okay.
The one thing we know we have is the goals, review, and vote.
right.
Yeah, we also have a presentation from Greater Oregon City Watershed Council, RETA, with respect to the work they've been doing in Newell Creek Canyon.
Aren't we continuing the planning process for the goals and mission stuff?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We have a
What do you mean?
status report or update on our existing recommendation.
Yep.
Is that not true?
Yep.
Can we maybe block that out in a time sense? 'Cause I'm just a little bit concerned that we get overwhelmed because we get way over a 2-hour meeting. Sometimes the energy level starts to flag.
How long do you want to spend on that?
Maybe we could just kind of block out the things we are committed to doing already.
You only need 20 minutes for any one of these at the most. Yeah.
The goals discussion might take a little
That'll
longer.
take a lot longer.
Yeah, that could be an hour easily.
could be an
if,
hour.
If people will review the material ahead of time and get their opinions set, it would really help.
Get your opinions ready.
Yeah, get your opinions ready.
Do you know what? Can we ask if people aren't going to be able to make the meeting
Yep.
to kind of do their homework ahead of time and just kind of forward it? That way their views are reflected, and if we have a quorum, we're not held back.
Yeah, that is something we can't stress enough. If you can't make the meeting, put your thoughts in writing ahead of time, and also read your packets at least a week in advance. well, I guess you can't read them earlier than that because we don't get them to you. Sorry. I'll let
Time
you
only
slide
goes
on
one
that
way
one.
there.
And the
Sorry.
input from Rita, are we also keeping that under a certain limit of time? Just to try
I
and
don't
preserve-
expect it would be more than 15
Okay.
minutes with
Good.
Q&A. Yeah,
Oh, with the Rita stuff, watershed stuff, yeah.
yeah. Anything else? Goals is basically going to
Seems
take
like
a big
enough.
chunk.
Yeah, and, we'll have that presentation.
And I hope we would have our new appointees at that meeting. So
Yeah.
we can technically, even though it's not the first of the year, once we have a new group, I can't remember if we're doing elections of offices at
We're
that
supposed to
time.
do that according to the
Yeah,
first of the year.
First of the year.
first of the year. So I
Yeah.
think we're overdue. Not overdue, but well, I think we are overdue on
Is
that.
I think we
February.
are.
Yeah.
It'll be March before the next meeting,
Yeah.
so that's a
Do you
couple
want to
months
do
past.
that at the next meeting?
Yes, I think we should.
Yeah, we
Okay.
could do that.
All right. Elections of offices.
Can we make that decision about the secretary maybe at the same time?
Well, that would be one of the officers.
Yeah, go ahead, make a decision.
Yeah, we
whether
may
or
have
not-
to make that decision. We may have to make that election, regardless if it's just a token position for the time being. Yep.
We didn't have a willing candidate. That's why it never happened
Right.
last year.
We appointed Richard in his absence, I thought.
And you have town that's never come back, you see.
He won't own up to it, but. All right. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
We adjourned?
We are adjourned.
Thank you. All right.